She's super capable. She uses a computer. She tried for a number of days to get an appointment, but eventually she just threw up her hands and said, forget it, it's not worth it. Vaccine frustration next time on Fear and Doubt. That's today's news. Sheila of UKSU. Right, the alert comes from Procter & Gamble.
Good morning. Good morning.
A fiber supplement containing psyllium, a plant-based fiber for trapping and removing waste in the digestive system, designed to be taken every day. More at metamucil.com/2-week challenge. And Charles Schwab is committed to offering a modern
Good morning.
wealth management with the ability to adapt as an investor's specific needs.
Don't forget to say hello so I know you're here.
It's morning edition from NPR.
A nice little delivery.
President Joe Biden is pushing for elementary schools to reopen by the end of his first 100 days in office. That's just 2 months away, and we're still learning how COVID-19 can spread in the classroom. The biggest concern has always been students maybe unknowingly infecting others. Now, a report by the CDC says educators themselves are spreading the virus. Grant Rivera is the superintendent of Marietta School.
Sun's out. It's actually making heat inside my car. Alright, this is where we get off. Ooh. I really should live somewhere where there is sunshine. It makes such a difference in my state of mind. Good morning, Ed. Yeah, nice little delivery popped up and I got it. So I'm going for it. I've seen these deliveries before, but never been able to get them, but I sort of fixed that, so.
And teachers who are working in small groups. For us in Marietta, we learned through this study and we learned through classroom walkthroughs with the CDC scientists.
Yeah, I don't know how warm it's going to be. I was going to look at the weather. I saw some weather guy here teasing that it's going to be like close to 60 sometime. I don't think today, but maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I didn't look. Yeah, this February's been damn cold. It's an interesting building I never even noticed before. Just going over here to Columbia Station. That's right. I was wondering what they were doing here at the creek. They got some big project over here, some sewer or something going on. Big excavators. Yeah, it makes a big difference in my state of mind when there's some sunshine. And I really should, find a way to be in sunshine more often. If you leave Cleveland, Ohio, and go to Columbus, 120 miles away, you double the amount of sunshine you get. Cleveland is literally one of the cloudiest places on the planet. Reminds me, I forgot to take my vitamin D the last couple days. Picking up a couple big rubber mats.
He says a third of all the cropland in this whole area has completely lost its layer of topsoil. That's way more than official estimates from the Department of Agriculture.
I think the USDA is dramatically underestimating the amount of
School zone. Slow down, school zone.
But they agree that soil loss is a big problem. Anna Cates, for instance, who's Minnesota's state soil health specialist.
To me, it's not important whether it's exactly a third. Maybe it's 20%, maybe it's 40%. There's a lot of topsoil gone from the hills.
Farmers know that those eroded hilltops are less productive, she says, and many of them are looking for solutions.
We're essentially trying to make up for many years of fairly thoughtless practices.
There's no quick fix, she says, but there are ways to farm and also rebuild topsoil. Starting with don't keep tilling those fields. Maybe even grow grass there. Harvest hay instead of corn. Dan Schwartz, NPR News.
What the heck? Garbage can floating around in the street over there kind of freaked me out for a second.
On 89.7 WKSU, your source for NPR News and information. Good morning, I'm Amanda Rabinowitz. Thanks for joining us on a bright and sunny Wednesday morning, February 24th.
It's going to freak traffic out, that's for sure.
Of the late science fiction writer Octavia Butler reveals striking and often devastating parallels.
Guess if I would have been paying more attention, I would have stopped. I like doing those little good deeds, clearing the road of debris. I'm good at it. Where is this store now? Railroad tracks. This place is up here somewhere. It's going to be on the right. I don't think I've ever seen this store. This is also a stretch of road I don't drive a lot. Let's get over to the right here. Getting closer, getting closer. Schwabel's Bakery Outlets. I like Schwabel's Jewish rye bread. Good bread. Oh, I think we just left the county. Look at that giant church. Columbia Township. Yeah, this is a stretch of this road here I have rarely driven, really. And then we're turning around and going right back to Cleveland, which is just fine. Nice, fast trip, all highway basically. Who is that? Oh, hey, Serena. Oh, why? How are you? It's, what is it, like, 2 in the afternoon or something like that? You're in Sweden, right? Welcome to Cleveland, Ohio on a rare sunny morning. Where's Tractor Supply? There it is. Through the intersection on the right. Boone Road. Okay. Picking up my delivery here. Yeah, I'm pretty good about the time zone things. That's what I love. I've always been okay with it, but since Periscope and I have all these fans and friends and followers now all over the world, it's really helped my time zone knowledge better. Hey, Cameron. All right, let's figure out where I'm going to pick these things up at. Probably just come right out the front door with them. All right, gonna put a mask on. You're bad. I'm so good at it. I mean, the only place I have some real problem is across, like Eastern Asia, the Pacific, But I kind of know it's like 12 or 14 hours, things like that. I'm always getting a little better at it. I'm getting better at it. All right. So this is a place called Tractor Supply. It's a big chain in the United States. They're kind of out in the rural areas, and they carry all kinds of stuff, that farmers and people with rural houses might have more than people in the city. They have a big pet supply, pet food area, stuff like that. Uh, you know, it's an interesting store. So, all right, let me go inside. I'll be right back. Maybe I'll bring you in then. All righty. Okay. Oh, Serena, sorry. Are you still here? I'm not sure. Hello. Careful. I just almost slipped getting out of my car. I thought it was a puddle.
I'm gonna have you
Back up in there?
back up. It's the big black one.
See it under, yeah.
And then we'll figure out the ice where we're leaving.
Almost slipped getting out of the car. Good?
That's good. Try to clear that ice.
So deceiving. Well, the girl said they're only quarter-inch thick. They're thicker. Sorry? I don't know. The dimensions are always the same. 72 by 38 by 12. One's probably the smallest.
Stuff in here.
Yeah, it's okay. That's good. Can't hurt anything.
You want to grab your tarp and float back over your
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna.
Going back.
that people realize how they are. Yeah, because I see these deliveries for these all the time, and I'm like, they pay good. I'm like, so I'm glad I finally got one now. Now I know what to expect. Thanks. All right, and we're off. Two big horse mats, stall mats as they call them. What did somebody say here? Just opened two Tractor Supplies. Okay. Well, it's a beautiful day out. I'm gonna put my sunglasses back on. Yeah, I need to get some bungee cords. And keep some string in the car. And some ratchet straps. I don't know where all my ratchet straps went. Gotta buy some inexpensive ratchet straps. Oops, I didn't take a picture, damn it. I always forget to do that. Always forget to do that. All right. Good morning, Mark. This is Daniel delivering your stall mats from Tractor Supply. Will somebody be there to help unload them? Or if not, where should I leave them? Thank you.
like somebody was out here with a snowmobile. All right. Oh. Plug the phone in. That truck is farting. Where are all my power cords? Okay. All right, back to the city.
Cooper requires strategic and organizational fit. Will the workers gel?
I don't see any reason why they should not. Both companies are rooted in Ohio. Very similar organizational culture.
Investments in research have paid off for Cooper, which reported a $60 million fourth quarter profit. Mukherjee says even during hard times, Goodyear has been an innovator.
We call it innovation resilience. Because when things are better, that kind of innovation actually, pays off.
And though there may be short-term job losses to reduce duplication, Mukherjee sees a bright future.
In the long run, they will create a whole lot of jobs for Northeast Ohio area.
I'm Sarah Taylor, 89.7 WKSU.
Filings for unemployment benefits have been slowly ticking up in January, but the last 2 weeks of reported numbers show an explosion of claims. And the state's Job and Family Services Agency is now flagging tens of thousands of them filed in the last 2 weeks. State House correspondent Karen Kassler has this story.
School zone, slow down.
Last week of January, but more than 287,000 job claims were filed in the first 2 weeks of February, nearly triple the expected number. Ohio Department of Job and Family Services Director Kim Henderson says fraud in the federally funded Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, or PUA program, is happening in traditional unemployment too.
That steep increase and other economic indicators paint quite a different picture of the state's economic situation and makes clear that criminals are targeting not only PUA but also traditional unemployment.
77,000 claims in the last 2 weeks have been filed, and more are likely. Henderson admits will cause delays in benefits. Karen Kassler, the Ohio Public Radio State House News Bureau.
Support for NPR comes from Jones Day, an integrated partnership collaboratively providing legal services for more than a century. 43 offices, 5 continents, serving clients as one firm worldwide. Learn more at jonesday.com.
What a nice day.
I'm Tanvina Vega, and you're listening to The Takeaway, and it's great to have you with us. Before we start today's show, I want to let you know that this segment will be focusing on sexual assault.
Just almost leaving Strongsville,
In the past few years,
so
we've witnessed how
20
powerful
minutes
institutions,
probably.
including the Catholic Church, the Boy Scouts, and others, have hidden decades of sexual abuse towards boys and young men. And while many of those institutions have faced consequences ranging from changes in leadership to lawsuits, those consequences can't erase the shame and suffering many of the victims faced. It's something we don't talk a lot about in this country. And yet sexual assault of boys and young men is much more pervasive than we might expect. According to the Washington Post, as many as 1 in 6 boys say they experienced sexual abuse during their childhoods. Today on The Takeaway, we explore the crisis of sexual abuse towards boys and young men, what we can do to stop it. Emma Brown is an investigative reporter at the Washington Post and the author of the forthcoming book, To Raise a Boy, Classrooms,
Cool.
Bedrooms, and the Hidden Struggles.
Cool,
of
thank you.
American boys
See
and
you
young
there.
men. Thank you for having me. Dr. Richard Gartner is a psychologist and psychoanalyst and the co-founder of Male Survivor, a national organization preventing and healing the sexual victimization of boys and men. Richard, thanks for being with us. And Tommy Curry is a professor of philosophy at the University of Edinburgh. Tommy, welcome to The Takeaway.
Thank you for having me.
Emma, how common is the sexual assault of boys and young men?
Well, as I learned in my reporting, it is as many as 1 in 6 boys who are sexually assaulted or abused before they reach age 18. But the number, the number is hard to tell because sexual assault reporting for anybody, is many people who are victims don't report, and the number of boys who report being sexually assaulted varies depending on the survey. But one leading researcher I spoke to said, whatever the number is, it's a lot higher than we think it is, and we need to take action. So he felt like it was less important to know the specific percentage than for people to understand that this is an often hidden problem.
Richard, what do we know about who is affected in terms of sexual assault for boys and young men? Does it matter on race, class, sexuality, faith? We'll have to skip to Tommy. Tommy, you've researched the prevalence of sexual assault among Black boys and men specifically. What do we know about that?
Well, we know the data shows us that we've had evidence that Black boys have been sexually victimized at very early ages, sometimes as young as 7 and 9, since the 1950s. A lot of the early racist discourse was built on the idea that poor Black boys were sexually promiscuous. So lots of white sociologists used to document that Black boys became sexually active at a very, very young age with older women. The studies that we've done looking at actual survivors, men who were victims of child sexual victimization, and trying to gather some of those stories. And in 2018, we noticed that we saw some overlap in age groups that lots of Black men in the United States had first sexual experience with much older women as early as the age of 9. And of course, that's continuing until their average age of sexual abuse is usually before their 14th or 15th birthday.
Richard, do we have you with us?
I think I'm there now.
Excellent.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can. And Richard, Tommy was just talking about particularly the incidences of sexual abuse against young Black boys who are often hypersexualized themselves.
What a lovely day outside.
Play out for the other boys that you have worked with?
Absolutely. Sexual abuse of boys happens in every socioeconomic class, so I want to be clear about that. And the boys at greatest risk are those living with neither or only one parent, those whose parents are separated, divorced, and or remarried, and those whose parents abuse alcohol or are involved in criminal behavior, and those who are non-white, as Tommy said, of lower socioeconomic status and under 13 years of age.
And Richard, is that one of the reasons why this doesn't get as much attention as we would assume it does, especially if we were talking about sexual assault against young women and girls?
I think the real reason has to do with masculine gender socialization. All boys, no matter what the socioeconomic group they are from, learn how to be the masculine. And unfortunately, one of the things that they consider to be unmasculine is being a victim. And so they are very, very unlikely to disclose what happened.
Emma, do we have a sense for where this happens? We know it happens across class lines, but are there areas or locations where we see this happening more?
I think we see it happening in all different kinds of places. Happening in rural places, urban, suburban, happening in schools, private schools that are hard to get into, and happening, in public schools that anybody can go to. So I think, as Richard said, it spans socioeconomic class. It also spans geography. I mean, there's one really, I think, important study that sort of underlines what Dr. Curry was saying about the victimization of Black boys. There was a study of the number of boys who had sexual experiences before they were 13. And in that study, Black boys were much more likely to have had an early sexual experience. And of course, you can't consent when you're under 13. And in that study, the incidence of this kind of early sexual experience varied widely across cities. So it was like 5% of boys in San Francisco compared to 25% in Memphis. So I think my takeaway from that is it can happen anywhere, but it may be perhaps more concentrated in some places than others.
Tommy, when you hear that, does that connect with the research that you've seen?
Absolutely. There's several studies that have been published in the last decade, Bellio and other authors, that really do show that black boys have the earliest sexually driven race sex group in the United States. Again, I want to be very clear.
Everybody's awful quiet this morning.
The highest sexual abuse between the ages
Have we all not had our coffee?
The second is between 9 and 12. That means
Oh.
at least in survey data suggests that they're having their first sexual experience well before their age to consent. So what often happens is that we're numb to the fact that we have many young black men in society who are telling you that their first sexual encounter is actually active statutory rape. And again, this data has been around for decades. It was even the basis of a lot of racist suppositions about black male hypersexuality, hypersexualization. The problem is that we have not defined a lot of that as a thing that needs to exist. We know that it's a public health crisis in many ways. We refuse to acknowledge the data or even the narrative because we see black men as predators. And it's that racist construction or caricature of black males that do not allow us as a society to take their victimization and their rape seriously.
Richard, how much of this is also, we know that young girls are often taught to be fearful, to be protective of their quote-unquote private parts, to, save understand the differences between bad touch and good touch. Do we do the same for boys? Are boys aware, at least, of what good touch versus bad touch is? And do we have similar conversations with boys so that they can detect when something is off?
I think it's pretty rare that boys have that conversation with their parents. The parents don't even think about it, more or less.
Never had any conversations about sex with my parents, I guarantee that. Everything I learned was from magazines, from my friends at school, and parties, and occasional racy movies I would sneak into at the theater. We did have sex education in junior high, I just remember that. I'm not even sure they do that much anymore. So is anybody still here? Like I said, you're being awful quiet unless you're all just enjoying the ride. Ugh. Just got a couple more exits to go.
think that parents I talk to about this are surprised often to when they start thinking about it. Of course, we should tell our boys this, right? But it's not something that is quite in the air in the same way. Conversation about talking to girls about the sanctity of their body is in the air.
We're going to have to take a break, but we'll be back with more of the prevalence of sexual assault against boys in just a moment.
The takeaway supported by Progressive Insurance commit to create a streamlined shopping experience where home and auto can be bundled together. Now that's Progressive. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Throughout the week, we ask our listener response network a question of the day, and there is join the by texting the word START to 70101. Again, that's START to 70101. You'll be subscribed to our listener question and can weigh in on issues you care about. Standard messaging and data rates apply.
This is 89.7 WKSU, named the best radio news operation in Ohio by the Society of Professional Journalists. I'm Joyce Johnson. WKSU curates the news you hear every day. Now let us curate the news you read in your inbox. Sign up and receive the to-do list. It's sent the first of each month, and this newsletter shares staff picks for monthly activities. Visit. And you don't want to movies, recipes, places to go. Miss the frequent from public media, NPR, and WKSU. You'll also get to see behind the scenes of WKSU and take reader polls. Sign up today for one or both of WKSU's free email newsletters.
With WGBH Radio in Boston.
We've been talking about the sexual assault and violence against boys and why it gets little attention compared to that of young girls and women. I'm talking with Tommy Curry, a professor at the University of Edinburgh, psychologist Dr. Richard Gardner, and Emma Brown, an investigative reporter at the Washington Post. Tommy, this type of abuse can have long-lasting effects. Tell us about that.
Our studies are showing lots of different effects, pathways to mental illness, low self-esteem, a high risk of sexual activity as a child. That can be one. The narratives that we found from victims align pretty closely with previous data that we've had for other sexual victims. I think when you're looking at black, especially poor black,
This exit here has had some horrific accidents because this exit ramp ends right up here. Literally, the road ends. And people come off this ramp, this mile-long exit ramp at insanely fast speeds and then realize they're out of room. And they come right up here and they crash into that wall in front of that building. Cars explode, they go through the wall. The last bad one here killed at least one or two people. Well, this is a nice little delivery. I like this. Now I know what these things are. Pick some more of them up.
Sexually abused. They have not defined it that way. But alcoholism,
addiction to pornography or sexual contact, overeating, shopping, even gambling. All of those are likely aftermath, and it's only when men have really hit close to rock bottom that they are likely to seek some kind of treatment. And the fact is that even though that many men say that the victimization did not matter to them, they come to therapy in larger numbers than men who did not have that history.
And do they say the victimization didn't matter because they were socialized to believe that it didn't matter? I think men, in the way that we create masculinity in this country, are sometimes encouraged to be sexually active long before they may want to be.
Well, that's right. And there's very little room for a boy who is anxious about what's happening to tell somebody, because especially if it's a woman that is assaulting him, if he tells his friend is likely to say, "You're lucky." Many adults would say, "You're lucky." And then he has nowhere to go with his anxiety, and then he just feels bad about himself.
Emma, how do you begin to approach a conversation about consent with young boys?
Well, I think, with very young children, you talk about your body being your own and other people's bodies being their own. And as children get older, you can be more explicit about what that means. But the professors, two professors from Columbia, one of whom is since left Columbia, Jennifer Hirsch and Seamus Khan, wrote a book called Sexual Citizens, in which they put forth this concept of sexual citizenship, which I really like and sort of use now when I think about how to talk to my son. And it's the concept not sort of no means no or yes means yes, but that we all have we all have dignity, and we all deserve respect. And so ways to think about that issue of consent, both in terms of how boys can think about how they want to protect their own bodies, but also how they can think about.
So, is anybody here?
When they get to that point.
You guys, like I say, are being very quiet.
Men who are listening to this broadcast and maybe thinking, it may be bringing up some very difficult memories for them. How do we support men who have been the victims of sexual assault, sexual abuse, particularly when they were young? What do you recommend?
It's a difficult question, because these symptoms, the way they tell their narratives, manifest in a lot of different ways. I think the first thing is we have to understand that men are sexually vulnerable. This is a big part of the work that I've been doing, especially with black men, given the kind of racist characters that is being perpetrators and not victims. But the idea of sexual vulnerability, that being known means that you can in fact be sexually coerced, be made to penetrate, and have unwanted sexual contact at a very early age. The next thing is that I think that you have to listen to their stories and to their particular experiences. As a society, I think we're very hostile to the idea that men can be sexual victims. And I think if we work through different socioeconomic and racial groups, we become even more hostile to the point of deniability. We want to fit them into certain boxes. So we need movements, we need educators, we need clinicians. They're able to better help the society see the experiences, the early sexual review that these men have.
Really nice. Making all these lights. Where's that car going?
McCurry is a professor at the University of Edinburgh. Emma Brown is an investigative reporter at the Washington Post. And Dr. Richard Gardner is a psychologist and a co-founder of Male Survivor.
Where are we going here?
If you or someone you know has been sexually assaulted, you can call RAIN's National Sexual Assault Hotline at at 800-656-HOPE. That's 800-656-4673. Good morning. You're
All
listening to
right.
The Takeaway here on 89.7 WKSU. Named the best radio news operation in Ohio by the Society of Professional Journalists. I'm Joyce Johnson. Taking a look at our forecast today, we have periods of sun with milder temperatures. Our highs in the mid 40s. Support for WKSU comes from Layman's and Kidron. Fireplace, wood, and coal stoves. Layman's carries herb accessories to help you keep it warm inside when the weather outside is chilly. More information at laymans.com. Coming up next, more of the takeaway, followed by 1A here on 89.7 WKSU. I'm Tanzina Vega, and this is the takeaway. More than 500,000 people have died from COVID 19 in the United States. It's a devastating and grim milestone. And as we mourn collectively as a nation, many of us continue to mourn individually for the friends and loved ones we dearly miss. You've been sharing your memories with us.
It's a big doggy. Too nice out today. Oh my.
My name is Robert Scott in El Torito, California. I am mourning my friend Ted Leszewski. He was an activist. We met being activists together in Florida in 2004. And he's just enthusiastic and full of promise and opportunity and things were going to absolutely turn around. Money and
You gonna take him inside or leave him out here for a minute to dry?
I
Maybe.
think I'm gonna, yeah, maybe
It's a nice
just
day.
out here,
Yeah, I mean, because they storm outside.
I hear they smell, so.
Oh yeah, yeah. They smell like brand new cars. I mean, brand new tires. So if you're gonna have them in the basement, yeah, they'll off gas for a while.
Yeah, that's the idea.
That's what I found out. These people buy these for the basements. They're pretty nice. This is my first delivery of these.
Oh, yeah.
I've tried to get some of delivery. They're heavy.
Careful about the ice.
Yep. Oh, it was really bad in the lot there at the store. Me and the manager both slipped almost.
Jeez. Yeah, this was. I mean,
But yeah, they'll probably smell like tires for a while. I don't know. You know, they're brand new rubbers.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I live on this side. I've been wanting to keep some straps in the car for stuff like this because they didn't have any string or anything. like I said, you might put them in the garage for a while or something, Yeah. But close my hatch.
Well, I was going to compliment you on your cargo van. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and like the blue tarp. The reason I got that, I went one day to pick up. It was a few months back when we had that first big snowstorm that hit. Tractor Supply was selling snowblowers like crazy. They sell the big, what's the brand? MTD. Whatever brand. Big snowblowers, big two-stage blowers. And I says, what? It just gives a size. It didn't always tell you what it is. So I called the store. She said, oh, it's a snowblower. And I went and she gave me the model number. I looked it up on their website, but didn't quite give dimensions. And, but the side doors are huge compared to back here because it's completely flat at the side door. So but they keep all the snowblowers outside. They're all covered in snow. So I'm out there with a broom for like a little while. It had this much snow on it. I mean, and then I put the tarp in, and me and the big guy picked it up, and put it in. And it was from. But so the tarp I spent $8 on the tarp that day, but it's come in handy, And anyway, thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. Okay, back out this way. So nobody's talking today, huh? Everybody's cat get your tongue. I think there's a fire in Lakewood. That's too far away. What time is it now? Could be a fire in Lakewood. Well, let's drive over to Lakewood for a second. Would somebody say something? Because I don't know if the app is dead or what. I have no idea if anybody's here or not. This thing's working or what. All right, let's go see if there's a fire over here. I'm about ready to shut this down unless somebody says something. Can you hear me?
Is this working? Something? Something? Well, I know somebody's out there. Who is that? Being nothing. Ah, hello. Good morning. Let's go see if there's a fire in Lakewood. What a gorgeous day. Windows open, sun's out. Oh, let's see. Where's this street near? Oh, hi, Mary. Yeah, I just did a nice little short, long delivery from Tractor Supply. Not many people have been talking, so I just was asking people to say something because I didn't know if this thing was still working. So yeah, I just had a nice little delivery. Only because I fixed that problem in the app. Yep. Yep. $50 for about an hour's time is really nice. Yep. Oh yeah, I just noticed you're on the other app. So there might be a fire up here in Lakewood. I don't know. I'm gonna drive over here real quick. It's a nice sunny day here. Have you heard the Swedish singer on Haps, Serena? She came in and said hello for a moment. Yeah, and it was almost all freeway driving, so it's like no wear and tear at all. That's Cleveland, man. It's one of the least sunny cities in America, in the world, I think. It's all because of Lake Erie. We only get like 100. Um, you can, if you go back up a little in the comments, you can see her name. She's not far up. I think you can click on it and look at her. I like her voice a lot. Very interesting singing. Um, we only get like 100 sunny days a year here in Cleveland. If you go to Columbus, 2 hours away, you get 200 sunny days a year. Well, yeah, you can look it up later, or I'll try to remember to send you her link. Yeah, you'd have to go on Habs, yeah. I'm not thinking either. Yep, one of the cloudiest places ever in the country. It's pretty, well, and I drive at night so much, so yeah, you don't see the sun much. All right, this fire scene is only a few blocks up here. Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah, it's why I should really, one reason I should leave Cleveland, if I could ever get my act together. I typically notice I am a better person, a little bit better if I'm in sunshine more often. You know. All right, where are we going up here? Clarence is up here. Just a few blocks. Yeah, not people in Cleveland. I guess are pretty happy, but we do have our issues with depression, I think. All right, this fire scene's right up here. Where are we at here? Where's the side street? Is this Clarence? Clarence, Oh, here it is. It's an apartment complex. I see an ambulance. I see a battalion chief. I don't see any other fire equipment. It's probably mostly over. Probably something simple and stupid. Which is good. Anyway. What time is it? 10 o'clock. Let's see, there's a little diner right there on my left, but I wasn't that impressed with it. I ate there once. It was just okay. It's just okay. There's a couple little diners up here. There's one or two up here in Lakewood I've never eaten at. I should eat something probably. Lakewood is a city of bars. 6 square miles and over 100 places to drink at. Also one of the densest cities in America. Not the densest. Hello, Pedro. 10,000 people per square mile in Lakewood. No, I've been up all night. Where is this little diner at? So yeah, Lakewood's population is 60,000 right now, but it's been higher. It was 75,000 at one time, even more dense when you had, people with more in their family, more people in a family. Because it really hasn't grown any. It's grown a few residences since that 75,000, but not a lot. Yep. Yeah, there's a little diner around the corner here I've never eaten at. I forget, just off my radar a little bit, and they're only open breakfast and lunch, if they're even open right now. I don't even know. Let's see if this place is open here. Oh, big dog, big dog, big dog. Oh, it's open. Oh, yeah, you got parking meters here. You got to pay for parking. This is Lakewood. You have to pay to park everywhere at this time of day. No freebies, especially right around here in the central business district. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might have got in here once, but if I did, it was 15, 20 years ago. Quite a while ago. All right, that phone's not that charged up. Where is my power cord? Oh, hey, Skip, Tom. I'm in Lakewood. I'm gonna grab some breakfast here at this little diner on Warren Road here. I've never been in this place as far as I can remember. I almost came and picked up a drug delivery in Wadsworth the other night. There was a drug delivery from down on whatever Ridge Road becomes. Oh, you're on Madison. Okay. There's this little diner right here off of Detroit on Warren. If you want to come by or not, let's see. Get my brain gathered together here. 89. Oh, down that way. I just was over there. I just made a delivery on West Clinton off of 65th. Nice Tractor Supply delivery. Uh, yes, I know. My ex-girlfriend from the 80s, her parents lived in Lakewood back then, and I had to break into their house heading east. And I had to break into their house after we came back from the Rocky Mountains National Park. All right. Oh, shoot. I don't have any change. Oh, frick. I don't have any change. Jesus. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I don't think I should keep some change in this car. Took it all out, I think. I got a quarter here. Got some. Well, we went up to the Rocky Mountain National Park for a couple days, and we came back, and her parents decided to take off. And we get back. A card slot? What do you mean? Card slot? No, these are. What do you mean? These are meters, Mary. These don't take credit cards. These take real money. Hello, Paul. 30 minutes for a quarter. I got an hour. No. These are meters, man. Old school. Now, in the parking lot around the corner here, the city lot, they have a kiosk there you can spend a credit card in. Cleveland, I don't know if any of the meters around here have credit cards. You have very old school around here. The city of Cleveland wants people to put in smart meters so bad, but the city of Cleveland is just. Hello, Paul. The place to be. Like I said, if I've eaten here, it was once 15 or 20 years ago. It was quite a while ago. I should bring in my phone stand. Yeah, well, we don't have that fancy stuff in Cleveland. Not in Cleveland. You might have it in Columbus, but not in. I don't even think any of the suburbs here have that. They all still have regular meters. Only parking lots have the credit card around here, really. Let's check this place out. Little tiny park here. Cute little park. Rest your weary bones. Oh, I've got indigestion. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I don't think I've ever eaten here. I've been trying to get in here for like 20 years. Well, you always are closed when I come by because you're only breakfast and lunch. You're only breakfast and lunch, right? So I always miss your hours.
You like coffee, sir?
Oh yes.
You like your water?
Maybe no ice. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Been trying to get in here for like forever. I always try to try a different restaurant out, but the timing doesn't always work. Oh, whoops. Thank you, Robert. Nice. Thank you.
This is the breakfast menu here.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe a couple. Breakfast specials. Big menu. Big menu here. Got this menu. And you got lunch stuff, salads, sandwiches, burgers. And then you got this menu. Yeah, let's see here. Skillets. Omelets are $10. Skillets. Yeah, it's a little more than my normal. Definitely, yep. I can go to a lot of other places for less. Yeah. But we gotta try. You're fine. We gotta try once. Let's see. Well,
need that one. I don't need all that hollandaise sauce or cheddar cheese. Well, I'm usually getting omelets, and they're not $4 or $5. They're more than that, but usually less than this. All the ones that I get normally. Don't forget, we're in a suburb. I'm gonna try this sunrise. I'm gonna try the sunrise skillet. Where is it? There it is. I'm gonna try the sunrise skillet. I'm gonna try that. Yeah, we'll try the sunrise skillet. Rye. Yeah, butter, jelly. Yeah. It's an inner ring suburb, not an outer ring suburb. Yeah. I may have gotten in here once. Can't remember. Carrie's here. Coffee. It's just weak, weak coffee. That's all. It's not. It's not that. It's just weak. It's just cheap diner coffee. What do you mean, Carrie? Synced it with other platforms? Well, yeah, you're watching me on Periscope. I'm on Habs. You can tell I'm on Habs. It's in the title. Oh, here's another long delivery. What is it? Oh, I bet it's a snowblower. I bet it's a snowblower. Might not be there by the time I would go after it. Oh, the delay. No, the delay is still a bit behind, I guess. Like, if I say something like, if I say one word. Oh, really, Paul? If I say a word and then count, and I say get ready, okay? Type the word stop. Type the word stop and then send it when I say, okay? Just one person, Mary. Just type the word stop, and then when I give the go, you send it. 1, 2, 3, send it. 1, 2. That came through very quick. That came through within seconds. But I had some comments last night that were 20 seconds when we tested it. What are you talking about? Think Tiger Woods fell asleep at the wheel? Wait, what joke here? I saw the bad joke. I don't know. The sheriff said that people come down that hill all the time and then go through the intersection too fast. Thank you. Oh, is this ketchup or hot sauce?
That's ketchup.
No.
This is hot sauce.
Yeah. No. Maybe this. You know. Okay.
Salt, pepper.
Just pepper. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw the joke. Oh, that was fast. Yeah, thank you. Oh my.
Good,
yes,
right?
yeah.
Right,
Let me show everybody here. Okay. Oh, look at this. Wow, look at that. That looks pretty good. How's that for a flyover? Ooh. That looks pretty delish. So the sheriff said people come down that hill all the time. There's an intersection, and when they go through the intersection, they get the hump in the crossroad, and they lose control. Doesn't take long to do eggs. Potatoes are already ready usually. Lots of calories. Did they say how fast he was going? There's video of the car coming down the hill from a traffic camera. Didn't look like they were going that fast. There was a double fatal accident in this city a couple nights ago that I just learned about. I didn't go to the accident scene. This woman hit a car at 80. He's seen people doing 80, yeah. So this woman hit a car the other night over here doing 80. Split the car in half, killed two 19-year-old guys. Tore the car right in half. Pretty horrific. And it was a woman. It was a woman driving. She was drunk as could be, apparently. She was drunk as could be. Same thing with that wrong way crash the other night. That was a young woman. This was a 23-year-old woman, I think. 3 a.m. We can always squeeze some more. Oh yeah.
A little warm up to warm it up, right?
That's right. Yep, that's pretty horrific, Mary. Yep. Then there was that crazy accident I was at yesterday night. 35-year-old guy passed out or something and drove off the road into a restaurant sign at 60. Not at all. Just saying it's unusual that all these accidents have been, these fatal accidents have been caused by young women. It's very unusual. This is horrifically bad. Mary's the one who says she doesn't know how to find anything. She has no sense of direction. My, this is tasty. Yeah. Well, how can sausage gravy not be good? I went to one place in my life. It was scary breakfast. Once, just one place. So you can take me out in the desert, spin me around. I'll point north. This is oh my. Oh yeah, good. Oh, I think Mary's far more moral than I am. My moral compass has gone off the tracks a long time ago. You're too scared. Tell them to watch me. They'll get over it real quick. Either that or they'll go away in horror. Down here. Where are you at, Paul? I'm not sure if I remember. Are you in Canada? It's gorgeous. Gorgeous today. Might as well be spring. 'Are you near Toronto or where? I mean, this is like literally short sleeve and shirt weather. Shorts and short sleeves here today for a Clevelander. Kilometers west. So you're above Lake Erie. Uh-oh. Is there some site you bid on this stuff, Mary? Like Fiverr or something like that? 60 today, yeah. Oh, hi, Liz. No. Did one nice delivery already. Breakfast in a new spot today. Okay. Yeah, I wish I learned to do what you do, Mary. I mean, I have the skills. I just never really invested in learning it. It's kind of hard without even a working computer to do anything. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So you throw a number up in the air and hope it sticks. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, as they say, I never was good at saying no to things. I would always overextend myself. No is the most powerful word in the English language. Except when women learn how to use it. Gotcha. Hey, Ken. I gotcha. So you say yes, and then they decide whether or not they want to say yes. You just got that? Well, it's a fact. You guys are in control. Most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Oh, hey Liz. It's a skillet, you know, everything thrown together type thing. Oh, wait. Paul. I'm trying to remember. Are you the one where we talked about? No, that's a guy who lives in Buffalo, I think, and would go to Canada. I can't remember his name. It's good. Not in charge. Okay, Carrie. Well trained. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Anything else?
No.
No?
I know.
Caw, caw. Then how come he's not married? Trust me, I've dated women who definitely. So what? I've dated women who definitely on purpose didn't use their birth control a few times. So, yeah. So, but there's also no reason the guy can't do something about it either. But yeah. But no gas. I won't even be able to steal any up there. I'll steal some gasoline, and it'll be the only crime that has happened in 2 years. What do you mean you don't have to worry about that? Oh, Mary got fixed. Or you only date women. I don't know how old you are. I can't tell from a photo. And there's plenty of women that have had kids that old. Not many, but a few. Oh, we're being nice, Mary. This is nothing like Bill. Oh, Mary. There she goes. Bye, Mary. Mary doesn't have a lot of patience. She'll do that. She'll just say goodbye. I'm out of here. Just one usually, Liz. At home, I'll probably pour more creamer in than I, do here. But it's also a much bigger cup than this, or it's way bigger. Maybe the one I'm on right now. I'm on Haps. I'm not on Periscope. I'm on Haps. Should say so in the title. But we'll see. Looks like snow. I haven't really done enough on any other platforms. I'm not sure. I like this because it allows me to stream. Right now I'm streaming to Periscope. I'm on Haps. It's going to Twitter. It's going to YouTube. And Instagram. And I could even do more. I really haven't tried Twitch. But I'd have to get people to come to all those places. It's been relatively easy to start to build an audience here. But we'll see. That's why I say you should follow me on Twitter and or Instagram. At the least, you can message me or figure out where I'm at, well, they're all going to have to move somewhere. You should try to message them if they have a way to message them on like Twitter or somewhere. and see where they might be going. They might be going to Twitter Live. You know, Twitter Live supposedly will have almost all the features that Periscope has when they shut it down. But we won't know what Twitter Live is completely like until they shut this, Periscope down. Do you guys get any tornadoes up there, Ken? Oh. What? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, tornadoes usually need a big land mass to really form over. I don't even think you were rude, so I'd have to go back and reread all the comments, but I could just mute you for a few minutes. I know that's all I thought that she could have been responding to. She's a little too serious sometimes. Yeah, I can't do that on this phone. That's interesting. Oh, they did that too. Oh, you can now tap on the screen just like on Periscope to flip the screen around. I can just double tap on the screen instead of hitting the camera. Wow. Okay. I didn't know they added that. But everything doesn't work on this phone because it's an iPhone 5. I think they're still amazed that it works. Yeah, that long delivery's gone. Figures somebody would grab that. All right, Ken. See you later. Thanks for popping in. Don't be so rude. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. Hello, Pete. Welcome. Uh, just finishing up some breakfast. All right. Had one really nice little delivery. Paid really well. Trying breakfast at this place, which I don't think I've ever eaten at before. Oh, that's got to be fake. Oh. Uber Eats. Where are you at down there? Do you know Jeremy down there in Florida who does Uber and Lyft? He's only still on. I don't know if he's doing anything on Haps yet. He's mostly still on Periscope. Lauderdale. Okay. I think Jeremy. Can't think where he's at now. Yeah, I do Uber, I do DoorDash, I do Roadie, do some other stuff. All right, we're done. Get out of here. Get out of here before my meter runs out of money. I'm in a suburb. 1 minute after your meter runs out of money, you'll get a ticket. What's going on here? Figure out which card here.
We don't take cards.
You don't take cards?
Only cash.
I don't have cash. Oh, I wish I'd have known that. I would have got money somewhere else for free. Would you be willing to hold my license for a minute? I go to my bank?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Then I don't have to pay a fee.
That's fine.
Okay, be right back. Yep. Let's see here. Corner. They don't take credit cards. They don't take credit cards. Ugh. So I've got to get, I got to go find money. All right, who's got, which one of my cards has money on it? I think I remember trying to eat at this place once before, and that's one of the reasons I didn't eat here, is I didn't have cash that day. That's not enough money. Shoot. All right, which card's got any money on it? Oh, no money on that. Jesus. None of my cards have money on them. Freaking A. Get money. Son of a bitch. Damn it. So I'm still going to have to pay a fee to get my money. Dang it. There's not enough money there. There's barely any money on any of my cards. Shoot. Damn it. What a pain in the ass. They all have really low balances. Let's see, Chase Bank. No, if there's no Chase Bank around here. Let me plug you guys in here. That's better. All right, where am I going to get money at? Shoot. Let's see here. Where can I get money at? Oh, fart. This breakfast is going to cost me way more than I thought. And I'm not impressed with the food. I will not be coming back there. It's way pricier than a dozen other places I could go eat and get better food and better coffee. There's a drugstore over here. Maybe they're all these ATMs, I'm going to get charged fees. Damn it. Unless I go find my bank. Hold on here. Where's my one bank at? There's nowhere near. There's nowhere near to go to my bank. Is that a bank over there, or I have to go all the way up there just to not pay a damn ATM fee? All my debit cards, the restaurant I ate at doesn't take cash. I mean, credit. So I have to go find money, and what the heck is that? Oh, so there's no banks nearby. The only place I can get free money is at my actual bank. All my other ATM debit cards have really low balances, and I can't get any money out. The only card that has some money, I would have to pay a fee, no matter what, to get money out of. Ugh, I'm tempted to drive for 2 miles to go get. I'm tempted to go drive for 2 miles to go get money. Is there a bank actually there? I can't even think if that's a branch there or not. I can't tell. Let's see. Let's go here. I don't know if there's a branch there or not. Can I drive into this parking lot? Yes, I can go into this parking lot. Is there an ATM? Chase Bank here? Hey, Lucky. Yeah, I mean, they're all random, Lucky. All right, I'm going to be cheap, and I'm going to spend my time and money instead of paying an ATM fee. So I can get, I've got $18 in my one bank. What's the quickest way to get there? Oh, let me think. Where the heck am I at? Turn here. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it doesn't stay busy for me. It's weird, but there's a lot of competition here, so there might not be a lot of competition for drivers where you're at. Oh, that's right. Okay, this brings me through here. This is perfect. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to drive to my one bank and walk inside and take $18 out, because that's all there is. But I won't be going to this restaurant again. Yeah, all 4 seats are out of the car. All 4 of them are out. That's why I wish I had a Dodge Caravan again, because you can fold the seats into the floor. Oh, I could have turned there, damn it. I'm not thinking. I could have turned there. Kids are at the playground today. Yeah, I picked up 2 big horse stall mats today and delivered them this morning. Come on, light. I missed a turn. I can't turn. Can I turn left there? No, I can't turn onto that street. Can't turn onto that street. So I guess I gotta go up here. We'll just go all the way up. Can't think. Oh no, this is the street. This street cuts through. This street cuts through. I can go this way, even though it's gonna take me down some bumpy roads. We'll go this way. Yeah, I'm still waiting on a deposit from still waiting on a deposit from Rhodey. Two dogs pooping at the same time. This isn't that far to go to the bank, but beats to me. It beats paying. I might have to pay. I could end up paying like $6 to get some money out of the other 8 debit card. That's a lot of money. Oh, I forgot. I gotta change that. I have to change the debit card I'm depositing money into. That's right. to change that. Get a little bumpy here. It turns into a brick road. Oh, that's right. I should have turned over there. I always forget to do this? Yes, I do. I always forget to turn over there. I don't need to go this way. That's right. Silly boy. I forgot. I forgot. Should have turned at the previous crossing. Yeah, I'm probably going to go and crash for a few hours. I was up all night, so. But that one delivery was pretty good. So. But I spent too much at breakfast. Not worth it. Not worth it. Yeah, we're going to have a whole bunch of them, I think, this week. The one weatherman was saying something about 60 degrees. I don't know about today, but maybe tomorrow. Or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm driving with my windows down. 55 degrees. Wow. I don't know if you can see that. Probably can't see it. No, you can't see it. 55 degrees. Crazy nice. Yep, get rid of the snow. It'll help warm things up without all that. Smells like spring. Rest of the week's going to be 46 degrees. Oh, no, that's today. Tomorrow, 33 tomorrow. Friday, 44. Saturday, 46. Sunday, 51. Wow. Pretty decent. Way better than it's been, man. Lay out and get a tan, yeah. They just freak people right out. I'll have the cops called on me. There's some crazy man out here putting suntan lotion on. Please have the police come and do a well check on him. For us around here, this is like summertime. I'm going to leave you guys here for a second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, be right back. Unbelievable. Well, so much for getting any money at this bank. This branch is temporarily closed. So this is one of these hopeless missions where I'm going to drive everywhere to find money. Jeez, oh man. All right, where's the next? What the heck is going on here with this phone? Oh, jeez. Where are we at? Unbelievable. Son of a bitch. Where am I at? That bank branch is closed. Is this a bank over here? Where's this at? Hilliard. Center Ridge. Clegg. What am I missing here? Wager? 220th. Oh, that in this plaza. In this plaza, there's a Chase. Is it open? Oh, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Center Ridge Road. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to try another one. This is ridiculous. Ah! All right, where are we at? I need to go this way. Unbelievable. Yep, the only thing that's open here is an ATM. Let's get out of the parking lot, not run any of the old people over. Unbelievable. But I refuse to pay ATM fees. I'll drive to Florida to get my damn money. Oh. All right. We just drove by Fairview Hospital on the left there. What a freaking nice day. Wow. Maybe I'll even try and do something at home outdoors. Might even try to stay awake and do something. I need to go home first, though. Okay. Well, at least I'm finding out where another bank branch is at, right?
balancing his social life with work. And I think a lot of the places that we are in danger of losing are places that might just feel kind of like an ordinary place to its regulars, that are places where if you're a bit gender non-conforming, or you can just sort of show a bit of flair at the end of the day that you might not be able to at work. So yeah, I mean, in my book, I cover a lot of quite idiosyncratic places, but there's a kind of ordinary bar, I think, that's in danger of being lost as well. That people can feel feel comfortable.
Madison, what role have queer nightlife spots played in your life?
Well, for me, the gay bar, the queer bar, was a space of possibility. I grew up in Ferguson, Missouri, in a Black Baptist household, and there is a place called East St. Louis, Illinois, which is kind of like the red light district where the gay clubs were and the strip clubs and that kind of stuff. And I remember begging my cousin, who had a driver's license when I didn't, to please take me there, because I just wanted to see what these queer spaces were like, being all alone in my house in suburban St. Louis. So for me, queer nightlife spaces have always been these spaces of possibility, these spaces of world making, and even spaces of fashion. I learned a lot about fashion and self-styling through going to clubs. I admit that when I turned 18, I also dyed my hair blonde. I think a lot of gays do at the age of 18. And so I learned that at the club. So for me, yeah, it's a space of world making, a space of possibility, but also a space of learning, how to style yourself.
Well, we got another post on our Facebook page that says, seems to me that this being the 21st century, we no longer need lesbian or gay bars. People of all lifestyles are just plain welcome in bars now. Madison, how do you respond to that idea that these aren't necessary spaces anymore?
They are necessary.
Well, they're absolutely necessary spaces.
Absolutely.
And, when you look at kind of queer history, you can see the fight that has been wagered to not only have these spaces, but to keep them open and even to keep them legal. And so I think there is absolutely something about being, I work at a university where, kids have come here from wherever, and they're 18 or 19, and they're just looking for a space to connect with other queer people that feels safe, or safer, or brave. They're looking to meet other people. They're looking to, hit on someone. And those kinds of things are more precarious, or certainly less, clear cut in a space that is not destined for, queer and trans people.
Joe, what about for you? I mean, both from the perspective of a business owner and a patron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I absolutely agree with Madison that these places are necessary, and I vacillate between being really annoyed by that question and really trying to be an understanding human. Those statements tend to come from a place of privilege, be it passing privilege or cis privilege, so people who are cisgender and who pass for straight. Yeah, Applebee's is perfectly safe to give an example, to go have drinks. But I think that inherent safety in a space, and something my partner and I talk a lot about, especially in our new space, is the fact that it requires a different kind of security. So we are prioritizing marginalized communities in our spaces, even now as we shift to the virtual world. So that means that we have a consent is mandatory sign that we have up at our front door when we're in virtual space. We have house rules when we hold virtual events. I think that the safety afforded really helps people develop who they are, regardless of what point in their life they come out. Because while on the one hand, we want the college kids who are new to DC to have a safe environment
environment to explore their identities. It's also people who are coming out later in life, especially what we're finding a lot of is people who present off the gender binary or fall within the trans spectrum. People like that, that can happen a bit later in life. And affording people a safe space to explore that helps us develop ourselves as humans. And I think that there's something to be said. We joke a lot about like, what do straight bars offer? Like when you walk into a queer space, you know your people are there. It's, you know that there's this inherent safety of where the conversations might go, and especially here in DC with Aloho and then now with As You Are, our clientele knows that there are expectations for behavior and we're going to hold them to that. We follow the enthusiastic model of consent, which means that we won't even let someone buy you a drink unless you're okay with that, which is a concept that's taking a little while for people to sort of catch on to. So I think the need for these spaces is because it's so nuanced. When people say, oh, well, you can hold your girlfriend's hand anywhere now. Well, yes, maybe, but that doesn't take away from our need to build community. And even like Madison said, build your fashion, learn about like what you want yourself to look like as you move through the world. These are places to explore this. This is why they're so monumentally necessary to our community.
I'm Jen White. You're listening to 1A. We're talking to Jill McDaniel, the former general manager of the DC lesbian bar Aloho and the creator of As You Are Bar. Also with us, Jeremy Atherton Lynn, the author of Gay Bar, Why We Went Out, and Madison Moore, a DJ and professor of queer studies at VCU. Jeremy, your book Gay Bar is part memoir, part travelogue, where you take the reader to gay bars in San Francisco, LA, and London, and talk about the history and your experiences there. Why was this an important piece of work for you?
When I started conceiving the book, which was around 2016, 2017, I live in London now, and over half the bars in the city had closed within 10 years. And for me, I'm an essayist, and seeing these kind of landmarks sort of blinker out in the cityscape kind of raised a sort of existential question about my relationship to identity. And there was a kind of presumption that, that it was a shame that these places are closing. And I think as an essayist, my idea is to question things. So I was looking.
All right, be right back. I'm assuming somebody's still here because it's been quiet. Oops. Oop. Doggone it.
Well, since we're all the way out here, now it's time to get the car washed. Since we're out near my cheap car wash. How do we get out of here? So we'll go get the car washed on the way back. Now, should I turn here? I guess we'll go this way. Tricolor foaming wax. I saw something hanging underneath my car last night, I think it was. There was a giant hunk of ice hanging off the underside of my car. That's how much shit's been sticking to this car. But should pretty much be melted today. So, yeah, I'll go get the car washed.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Rocket Mortgage, working to help home buyers find a home loan that fits their budget. Home buyers can adjust payments, see tax estimates and closing costs, all in real time. Rocket Mortgage, Rocket can. From Progressive Insurance, comparing car insurance.
And I found out the branch that I went to at first that was closed. What is that woman doing? That was weird. Is going to reopen next week.
Earlier this month, it sparked conversations about the pop star's legacy and the control that women in entertainment have over their images, their careers, and even their lives. Now, with social media and the internet, does taking back some of that control come with an asterisk? Or do you use the internet for branding or public relations purposes? And if so, we want to know, how have you dealt with that? Is the ability to engage directly with an audience and build a fan base worth dealing with doxing, trolling, or worse? Tell us. 855-236-1A. Sexism in show business is nothing new, but are you seeing anything that encourages or discourages you about America's attitude towards women in entertainment? 855-236-1A, and we'll hear more tomorrow on 1A. Now let's get back to our conversation about the fate of queer nightlife during the pandemic with Jeremy Atherton Lynn, author of Gay Bar, Why We Went Out, Madison Moore, a DJ and professor of queer studies at VCU, and Joe McDaniel, the former general manager of the DC lesbian bar, Aloho, and the creator of As You Are Bar. Now, Joe, your new endeavor, as I said, is As You Are Bar, which is a virtual space for folks in the LGBTQ community. Talk about that transition from brick and mortar.
Well, I think it's an interesting thing because just before we were asked sort of why we're seeing a decline, and I think the pandemic was a big part for the patronage at Aloho. And then when we started, our team started offering virtual events, we realized that while they weren't asking for it, that really was what our community was looking for, was a more robust virtual world while it's not safe to be out. And so that's what we did. My partner and I stepped away so that we could fully focus on virtual events. We put an incredible team together who care very much about helping to serve our community. And that's the whole goal of As You Are Bar, is to ask people what kind of content they want, and then provide it. So we have weekly shows, one on Zoom and one on Instagram Live, and then we're going to start in March a virtual dance party, a bartender spotlight. Part of our goal is to highlight members of the community, particularly queer members, but also if we provide ticketed events, that means that we can actually provide some payment for people like DJs and bartenders for their time, which is something that so many of us in the service industry have really not gotten because it's been a pandemic. So the shift was what our community needed and was responding to, and really just following that. Our goal is eventually, of course, our hope is to open a brick and mortar once it's safe. And in the meantime, to really spend a lot of time providing quality content in the virtual world, helping people to still connect.
Is the virtual model financially sustainable over the long term?
It's not going to open a brick and mortar space, I'll tell you that. DC is not a cheap city, which is true, I think, of any metropolitan area. From a financial standpoint, it will absolutely have to be, in order for it to be sustainable, we'll have to supplement with an in-person space eventually. For the time being, yes, it's very much a passion project and is certainly not paying the bills.
Madison, we're talking about reinvention and adjusting to the pandemic. You coined the phrase creativity from the margins, which is a way to understand queer nightlife as something that's always existed despite certain barriers. To what extent is the pandemic just another one of those barriers?
Yeah, I think that's actually part of the brilliance of queer creativity and imagination and performance. The fact that, queer performance, and I consider, queer nightlife as part of the umbrella of, what might be called queer performance. These things almost always happen in the margin. Think about, drag shows, or I'm thinking, in particular, speaking of the bars that have closed, Secrets, which is a kind of was a strip club in DC where they had, drag shows, and like queer performance happens in these spaces that are literally at the margins. So they are in the red light districts. They are not necessarily in the center of the city, or if they are in the center, then it's a much more, let's say, mainstream kind of aesthetic. But when you're talking about the real stuff, and I always say that if it's new and exciting, it's probably happening in a queer nightclub somewhere. Those are the the basement spots, the spaces at the margin, spaces that are underground, that are away from surveillance, that are away from the kind of center city. That's where I think you have that kind of, those new aesthetic forms emerge. And I think just the shift of nightlife, really the overnight shift of nightlife from in-person, and really all of the live arts from in-person to virtual is just another example of how nightlife has always responded to restrictions, whether it's restrictions on who can drink, or alcohol, whether or not alcohol is legal at all, whether or not, whether it's about gay bars being legal or not. There's always a way around. People
Hi,
always
everybody.
find and devise some kind of technology to get around whatever the obstacle is. I mean, I'm in Virginia, which you may know has, you have to serve a certain amount of food. So you can't just have like a club or a bar that's just with alcohol. You have to have food. And so there are all kinds of ways people do to sort of make that happen. So I definitely think that legal restrictions, pandemics, are an opportunity to reimagine, what might be possible. And I just want to, if I may, jump back to something that was brought up earlier about the vitality of these spaces, and I think a lot about the how do I say this?
Really? Rocky River pulled somebody over. Wow. Hey, here comes the car wash.
There's so much happening in the spaces that are not in the center of the city, and that art, that creativity is not always embraced in the more centralized spaces. So that's just another point that I wanted to
That's a
make.
marijuana dispensary there. I just found that out. Marijuana. How busy is the car wash? Not too bad. It's busy. It's busy.
In the kind of main gay bars here, there was a lot of student activism around drawing attention to the anti-blackness and trans misogyny that takes place in those spaces, and then a kind of unwillingness on the part of some of these venues to not actually engage with the students, to say things like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, you're 19, that kind of thing. And so I definitely think there's a segregational piece, but this is also what I think, um, I think this is also partly responsible for some of the lack of activity in these spaces, because I feel that, queer and trans people of color are often taking the business, their ideas, their creativity, their aesthetics elsewhere. They're maybe not going to the main gay bar that maybe caters to a white cis gay male audience. They're maybe instead, in Richmond, they maybe are having a kickback or a house party, or starting their own club night that centers femmes and trans people of color, that's somewhere, again, not in the center of the city. So absolutely.
Well, we're hearing from lots of you. One of you tweeted, living in Orlando, it's been an interesting ride. Florida is pretty much open as a state as our bars. I love my gay bars, but it's scary seeing them so full, even with social distance protocols in place. And Curtis emailed, as a gay male who was born and raised in Michigan, I've been saddened and extremely disappointed in how many of my fellow queer community members have been behaving during the pandemic. During the summer of 2020, a resort in Michigan was hosting large pool parties and kept their multiple bars open with large groups of people not wearing masks when the COVID casualties were already skyrocketing. It's my opinion that nightclubs and bars are not the backbone of the LGBTQI community that they claim to be, and are absolutely not a necessary resource or outlet during a worldwide pandemic such as we are experiencing. Joy, as someone who's working in this space, what's your response to someone like Curtis who says, I don't know that they play the role they used to?
Well, I fully respect the opinions there. Well, not even opinions, based on real fact, the dangers surrounding going out in the pandemic, which was why my partner and I shifted so much away from in-person. We offered in person, we listed out all of the precautions we were putting in place. We have been getting tested every week since late May, because we were protesting, but even before the bar reopened. I think that calls to mind what Madison said, and I literally wrote down the quote that they said, that it's a lack of innovation. I think so many places, it's almost like, to even put a finer point on it, it's laziness. You have to be willing to shift according to the needs of your community. And I want to talk really quickly about what Madison and the tweet Kayvon posted, and Madison's response in terms of segregation. I absolutely agree, and I think as a white proprietor, and for me as a cis white, pretty privileged, able-bodied privileged human, my job, if I'm going to run places like this, is to be a position of uplifting Black and brown businesses, especially here in DC, which was known as Chocolate City and should be known as that. So I think you're absolutely right, and I think this next generation, it's those 19-year-olds who are calling me out when I post something inappropriate or that's not researched enough. Those 19-year-olds will be our saving grace. We will listen to the youth telling us that, yes, we cannot have segregation. Yes, your DJs need to be people of color. Yes, you need to show faces of color on your social media. I think those pieces are so key in terms of the inclusivity, because we frequently asked our patronage, how do we do better? Talk to us. If it's not going to cause too much emotional labor, we educate ourselves and then take the responsibility on of educating other people, because
we have to pause for one moment, Joe. I'm Jen White. You're listening to 1A. We're talking to Joe McDaniel, the former general manager of the DC lesbian bar Aloho, and the creator of As You Are Bar, Jeremy Atherton Lynn, the author of Gay Bar, Why We Went Out, and Madison Moore, a DJ and professor of queer studies at VCU. Joe, go ahead.
I was just going to say that because there's been a historical cis white pretty gay men, those have been the bars that have sort of lasted longer. I'm, as somebody who's founding a new project with my partner Rach, we're ready to flip that on its side. We're absolutely ready to be the next generation of queer spaces that's not just based on alcohol. It's not just based on that, again, that pretty privilege, which is absolutely a thing in our community. As somebody who's been doing this for 16 years, I've been watching it, and just being ready for the queerdos. Again, I want to quote Madison Moore forever. I hope that they'll be friends with me because I'm a little bit obsessed with them. But they said creativity comes from the margins. That's the most brilliant phrase. Like, we need to shine a spotlight on the margins. That's our duty as leaders in our community, and I think that that's overlooked by the last generation of people who are leading spaces and events in the queer community. Absolutely need to be like, look to the margins, find the good folks. That's where the creativity is, and then credit them. Say their, put their names out there.
Well, Jeremy, I'm curious to hear from you because you said you remembered feeling isolated in these spaces as you were coming up, and I'm curious what you hope nightlife looks like post-pandemic, and when we think about these questions around innovation and integrating, new voices.
I think a lot of the voices that we hear from seem to have a lot of sense of autonomy. And
car wash time.
That seems really developed.
Fredo likes the car wash.
Not all of us can relate to, and as a writer, I come from a place where sometimes I feel
$10.
Sometimes
oh, Fredo fell down.
And that's the sort of obnoxiousness that I have to contend with, or maybe I'm open to it and I take on somebody else's projection and I use it a little bit. And so I think where I'm coming from is that the kind of being in real spaces together is serendipity, and the fact that somebody might change your mind that might not be able to happen as easily online. I was taken to my first gay bar and
at the car wash. I think I was just watching something on YouTube in Germany. I think it said in Germany it said you cannot wash your cars at home. It's illegal to wash your car at home. Pull around the corner here for a second, dry off a little bit.
right back. Ugh. Oh, is it nice out here? Hush. Quiet. Oh, man, this car's filled. Gee. I mean, filled. Needs a way bigger cleaning than this. Dirty, dirty bird. It's a very dirty bird. Man, filthy. Dirty car. Look at all this nasty stuff down here. Ugh. Dirty bird. Baba. Not even spotless. Car is so filthy, man. When you drive as much as I do. It's car gets filthy. All right, now to get out of here. This place is packing up in here. They're lining up on the street almost. Get out of here without hitting anything. Got in at a good time. Got through. Oh, that's right. We got to go the other way. Got to go the other way. Got to go pay the damn lunch bill and get my license back. Yo, Matthew. Let's go pay for this stupid expensive breakfast I had. Won't go there again. Too expensive. Oops. Oh. The windshield's clean. You ought to see the rest of the outside of the car and around the doors. If you open the doors up, filthy, filthy. The bottom of the car, filthy. The tailgate, filthy. SUVs, minivans that have like tailgates just suck dirt in from the vortex. They get hideous back there.
With monoxide poisoning because they had to light fires or barbecues inside their homes to stay warm. Well, listen to this here from Amanda Phillips, an Austin resident who tested positive, by the way, for COVID in the midst of all this. She spoke to the Austin American-Statesman newspaper.
Your house is where you should feel safe and warm and comfortable, and all of a sudden, like, it's this place where, like, you might die.
What's your message to Texans and to others who feared for their lives last week? Or
so you should know, yeah.
Tragedy.
Well, you know, as someone who lived through last week and saw in my community, in our neighborhood across Central Texas, and who has relatives across the state, you know, I was horrified to see the lengths that people were forced to go, you know, burying insulin in the snow, connecting medical equipment to car batteries, the steps that you described. And what I want people across our community to know is that we will not forget the horror that our community experienced, that we are going to take a close look at any action or inaction that led to that death, that led to that suffering. And we will do everything we can to hold powerful actors whose action or inaction may have led to that suffering accountable.
Jose Garza, District Attorney for Travis County, Texas, announcing an investigation into the failures behind that storm. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In Washington, on Capitol Hill, confirmation hearings are continuing for President Biden's cabinet picks. NPR congressional reporter Claudia Grisales joins us now with an update. Hello, Claudia.
Hi there.
So let's start with President Biden's choice to lead the Office of Management and Budget, Neera Tanden. This nomination is clearly in jeopardy. What happened, Claudia?
Yes, two committees, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee and the Senate Budget Panel, were both due to take their next steps today to move Tanden's nomination forward. But both committees have postponed, and we don't know when and if they'll reschedule these hearings.
Thank you, Baba.
The Homeland Security Committee told me that I spoke to an aide for the panel and told me that those members need more time to consider the nomination, and they're going to work together to see what that potential best path forward is. I also spoke to an aide.
Downtown Lakewood, Ohio. There's the downtown main library in Lakewood. They have a big library here. Very nice facility. Oh, my eyes are tired. I've still never had one of these. Where's my finger at? One of these beer things. A White Claw hard seltzer. Still never had one. Supposedly, they sell more of that White Claw in Northeast Ohio than anywhere else in the country. Because we're all alcoholics here. This lady probably thought I wasn't going to come back for my license. She'll report me to the city of Lakewood. He's a thief. He didn't pay for his meal. I'll be right back. Ugh. Hey, Baba. It's a Pontiac Parisienne, a true land yacht.
from the 80s. Pontiac Parisienne. All right, never coming back here again. I can eat everywhere else cheaper, even better restaurants. That was expensive there. All right, I think I need to go take a nap. Should try to stay awake in the daylight. Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's. It's garbage day, and there's garbage all over the street. So on this street the other night, there was a car going 80 miles an hour with a 23-year-old woman drunk driving 80 miles an hour. 3 in the morning, she hit another car, cut the car in half, and it killed 2 19-year-old guys. 2 19-year-old kids. 80 miles an hour. Wow. She was 23. Oh. Oh. In this weather, you got to really wash your car almost every day if you can. It's worth buying the monthly deal just to keep it lasting a little longer through these nasty winters. Yeah, well, she'll probably go to jail. She should go to jail for a long time for double vehicular homicide. This car here is broke down or something. What the hell's going on here? This car's broke down or something. This guy, I don't know what the hell he's trying to do here. He's got his flashers on. The car is kind of askew. It seems weird. Seems kind of weird.
It's very strange. I don't know what that guy is trying to do. I should have asked him. Oh, well. I'm tired. It's downright almost patio weather. Real patio weather again. No, he's in the curb lane. It's park. You can park there now, but there are times of the day where the curb lane is definitely a lane of travel, depending if it's morning or afternoon. That's a what is that? A 6 or 7 lane wide street there. 7 lanes, I guess. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I should have gone to the cheap place to eat instead of the unknown place, right? Could have eaten for about half of what I just spent there. But when there's not a lot of other places in that neighborhood where that restaurant is, they've got a kind of captive audience. So, they got their regulars.
Distinction that matters to you.
Yeah, I have that title. And no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it may be the second time I ever ate there. And I think, honestly, the first time I ate there, I ran into the same problem. They don't take credit cards. I had to go get cash or use their ATM and pay huge fees. Yep, I won't go back again. There's nothing special about it at all. But, when you live right around there, work right around there, yeah, because credit costs, credit's going to cost a little restaurant 2 to 5%, to have a machine and all that, and then do all that paperwork. Yep. Well, you know what that also means? Cash is king, which means they don't have to report it all. They don't have to report it all. Wow, that dude's driving weird there, man. Jeez. That dude in that truck is driving a little strange. Quite honestly. His driving seems a little... Did he run the red lights? I don't know. His driving seems a bit off. this guy in this white truck over there. Yeah, well, there's a few places I run into now and then. But, it costs money to have credit cards, to take those payments. That's money off the top. Well, Uber charges a restaurant, right? If a restaurant wants, to be in Uber, the restaurant, Uber takes 33% of the fees, of the charge. This van just seems weird. It just seems weird. He's speed limits off. It just seems weird. Remember, I caught that drunk the other day about a month or so back, remember? Yeah, I'm just watching him. Seems a little strange. Kind of hugging to the left of the lane, driving at different speeds. Oh, shoot, I got to go to my other bank. Damn it. Oh, come on, cars. What is going on in front of me? Oh, I got suckered. I forgot I'm overdrawn at another bank. That damn truck just almost cut that guy off. He wants to get away from the curb lane because of the low trees. Doesn't need to be smacking him with his truck. This is the truck I'm talking about in front of me right now. City's out trying to patch some roads. Can't even see the driver in that truck because his windows are so tinted. You can't even see in there. He's definitely got illegally tinted windows, I would say. All right, I'm gonna have to hang up. Oh, it's 55 out or warmer than that. It's crazy nice out. Anyway, all right. I'll see you guys later. Gonna head back to the Bat Cave. Crawl into the bat bed. Oh, anyhow. See you guys later, yeah. All right, ciao, everybody. Bye bye. Have a good day.